Hello. Alright guys, the plan is simple. Do a Leetcode problem, dynamic programming. Continue with interview prep, which will be building out some more stories. And lastly, I will do some just normal study. So we'll continue with this concept, with this idea. I've already went to the gym, I've already had a shower. I've started my day pretty well. But at the moment, it's almost 1 p.m. So we're going to be working the rest of this day mainly focused on these three things, just like any other day. So before I continue, let's do one monkey type. Now, I've been told how I change the language to code. Please, there's a globe symbol. Just type in code and then pick from the list of different programming languages and you'll be good. And I'm going to write that in the description on my next stream, I think. I forgot this stream. Okay, not bad. 40 word per minute, 93% accuracy. We're doing all right. Okay. And now we go to Leetcode, and we're gonna just do another dynamic programming problem. Except the concern here is whether I should do a dynamic programming problem or a 2D dynamic programming problem. I might want to try 2D one, and I might want to think about, perhaps what I learned yesterday about dynamic programming. So yesterday we had climb stairs. This problem, at its baseline you could use backtracking, but that would not be efficient. And this is where you'd use dynamic programming instead. I guess the important part is the boilerplate code. Now, according to Wikipedia, memoization is an optimization technique used primarily to speed up computer programs by storing the results of expensive function calls to pure functions and returning the cached result when the same input occurs again. Now this concept is very important to me, and it is very important to dynamic programming. And knowing it is good. Okay? Cool. With all that said, let's have a look at this count paths 2D dynamic programming problem. Okay? And we'll reduce the size of this. We're going to create a new note for count paths, and we're going to copy this problem here. Have some pointers inside as we go on. Okay, so there is an m by n grid where you are allowed to move either down or to the right at any point in time. Given the two integers m and n, return the number of possible unique paths that can be taken from the top left corner of the grid to the bottom right corner. Grid m-1, n-1. You may assume that the output will fit a 32-bit integer. Now, a 32-bit integer is Python int a 32-bit integer. It's not 32-bit, but 64-bit or even 128-bit. Okay, it doesn't matter then, so any Python integer is going to suffice here, so we don't need to worry. And I should have known that already. However, you have an M3 and 6. The output is 21 because you can go down, down, right, down, right, down, right, down, right, right, down, right. And you can keep on doing this until, so you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6, 7, 8, 9. It'll be endless. I can't count this, but it's 21 in total. Okay. Now you would memorize this, which I can understand, right? I can see the problem being a dynamic programming problem, but it's a matter of how you would represent this, perhaps as a hash table with a position as the key, right? So you might have the key as a position. So how long does it take to get to, say, position 1, 1? Say position 1, 1 is starting from the top right, all right? So if you go to position 1, 1, then you're going to be in the white cell here. And from this white cell, how many different ways are there to get to that white cell? 1, 2, right? So there's 2 ways to get to this white cell. And you would consider, okay, if how many would it take to get to this black cell, right? You know that it would be a subproblem in the sense that there was only one step to get to this black cell. And from here, you would know, okay, if there's only one step to get to this black cell, then you'd go to add 1 to whatever the one step is from this black cell. And if there doesn't exist any values in the sides, then you know that these haven't been explored yet. And perhaps they will always be 0 anyway. Right, so you don't do the subproblems of these yet, because it's unlikely you will ever take anything from, say, if you're on this, you wouldn't take something from here and here. You would instead take it from the left and above. And if there's nothing above, well, yeah. Okay, so you only take it from the left or above. Okay, so, if that's the case, should I memorize this as a 2D array or a hash table? Perhaps I will use a hash table, because why not, right? So yeah, because yesterday I used an array. So if I use a hash table here, maybe memo. We'll call that memo. This is going to be a dictionary, and we're going to define a subproblem. And we're going to return the subproblem now. I said 5 there, but we perhaps need to consider coordinates, right? So coordinates being starting at 0, 0. So maybe I'll just write 0, 0, all right? So maybe that's the I and j position, right? Or an x and row and column position, right? It's the row and column position. And we have to think, look, the subproblem is going to call another subproblem, which is going to be the r, the row minus 1. Okay, if you think about it like reaching the goal, right? You want to think of perhaps reaching m and n, right? And so m is going to be the row and n is going to be the column. The column minus 1. No, so column of this subproblem, you're going to add the subproblem to another subproblem where the row doesn't change but the column is changing. And this is ideally where you return. Okay, that's for any of the situations where, you know, if r is in range of m and c in range of n. Okay. Now, the thing is, when you make these changes though, you need to also consider if the subproblem if are not in range of m, return 0. Okay, because that's not a possibility. You don't want to make that affect anything. If c not in range of n, then same thing, you return 0. And okay. Hello is my code shit. Hello is my code shit. I'm still thinking, so you return 0 until you return 1, but then that would never run. What condition would you use here? What condition would you use here? It doesn't necessarily need this to be bounded for it to run the sub problem. You would need I guess the base case, which, if I remember the base case of the previous example, whoops, okay, the base case here was, okay, actually I put it here. The base case here was to use this to return 1. Okay. So if row equals m and column equals n, you return 1. And it's 1 plus the subproblem. Am I convinced? Except I never use a memo, by the way. So this is going to be a problem. Okay. What is the Firefox tabs extension? It's called Sideberry. Sideberry. Okay, I definitely had to try it. Now let's have a look at the solution. Yeah, so it won't be that much more difficult. Of course he uses just ranges, man. I want you to use while loops so it's easier to understand. Like, I understand. Let me go back. All right, let me think. How can I use a memo here? All right. Here I start from the very end and I say, okay, if R is not here, return 0. Yeah, okay, so I needed it for, one thing is, I need it for -1. Ouch, I am just making mistakes. Do it for -1. Now if it goes through -1, alright, is it in this? If it's not in range, then, you know, these are out of bounds checks, right? Let me just write this down also. So, out of bounds don't affect solution. Whereas, you know, when you're in bounds, in this case, you are exactly equal to n-1. You're always just going to return 1, which is not what you want. Alright, so if this is equal to... Yeah, okay, so if you're at 0, okay? 0 to 0, and you go all the way to m-1 and n-1, you return 1. Otherwise, if you're not there yet, if you're not at that specific position, your r is going to be plus 1 and plus 1. And you'd keep on doing these subproblems until you reach the case where you can think of it as starting from the goal, right? You find the goal. Once you reach the goal, you're at 1. And if you go back to this position and you're adding the 1 here, add the 1 at your position. And there's a 1 here, or there's a 0, there's a nothing here. So you would just have 1. Or you would have 2, right? So 2. It would take 1 move though. It would take 1 move to reach this position. And not 2. But let me see it in this example then. If you're here, you know, you want to find the subproblems of here and here, which you do find the solution for. Okay, this is just recursive, right? How many times will these all get analyzed, I suppose? So when you are here and you want to know how many steps it takes 2 steps. 1, 2. In the code, this should be 1. And this should be 2. So you would add this 1 and this 1. So there is no need for an extra 1 here. And then when you're here, you would add this. Or if you're here, you would add this 1. You do nothing here. You'd get 2. Wait. So this is 2. This is 1, 2. But this is 1 if it's just 1 here. So you want to make sure that this is going to also be incremented by 1 then. Is that right? No. There's something I'm missing to this. You know, you're thinking about how many times does it take, right? It's not about... no, it's how many different paths are there to reach this solution, right? So from here, there are 2 paths. From here, there is 1 path. Okay? From here, there is only 1 path. So that's still correct. If you do here, you have 2 and plus 1. So you have 3 paths. 1, 2, 3. You have 3 paths, right? So this is correct, I think. But you need to keep memory of these two, right? So right now you don't even use memo. Oh my god. Alright, so this passed the test cases. It might not pass. Oh my god. I feel like it shouldn't pass this because I didn't even use memo here. Okay, so look, that's a solution, but does it work on... It could work. Oh, it's taking some time. There we go, right? So it doesn't work fully to what I expect it to. And that's because of duplicate code somewhere being run. Now, if I think about it a little harder, you know, you run this. So I think what I did was a decision tree problem, right? I did it in a decision tree manner. But if it's here, it could be here or here when you're searching for these, for this. So, you know, instead of having to do that computation again, we would use some sort of memo. Alright, I gotta eat actually. Give me a sec. Alright, so I know where the optimization lies. And I'll be back after I've had dinner. I mean lunch. In the meantime, we'll play some music in the background. back. Eric Lopez asks, are you interviewing for Amazon? Yes. It's gonna happen tomorrow, but yeah, no, I don't expect to pass. It's just good practice. Okay. I suppose you can think of the memo instead of this as just another 2D grid. Alright, so with 0, times 26, times n, times, and that whole thing times okay, we're just going to print the memo. Okay, so that's a 3 by 6, which is exactly that, which is perfect. So you return memo 0, memo mn, or row column. Memo row column, you know, what does that tell me? We perhaps need not just the row column, but at the first position, add memo at the row at column +1, and instead of returning this, we memo row and column to equal to 1. And this is just a constant operation. So we can get rid of this, get rid of this, and say, well, that returning 0 okay, but we need to update also not just that. So elif, if memo r plus 1 c is equal to 0, then subproblem of r plus 1 c is memo r plus 1 c. And same thing for if memo of r c plus 1 is equal to 0, then memo of r c plus 1 is equal to subproblem of r c plus 1. It's out of range. Let me think. Let me think. Are you using Vimium for writing the code? No, I'm using just Leetcode's own settings here to turn to Vim. The Vimium is not currently being used on this page specifically because there's Vim here on it. Alright, how am I missing this? How am I missing the mark here? Let me print R and C for a moment. So 0, 1, 2. Zero zero for memo RC. Oh right, RC.
你明天几点钟？
000 0, 0, 0. Suppose you have to ensure that already exists before you continue. Yeah, so there would be inherent issues with just running this all together as well. But if it reaches a bound, so if R is at the end, Yeah, I've missed the mark somewhere. Three, 6.
Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's write some more neat code today. So today let's look at unique paths. So this is a dynamic programming problem, and it's a relatively straightforward one compared to a lot of more difficult dynamic programming problems. We are given a m by n grid, and so the top left in the grid is always going to be our start value. And so from our start value, it's like a game. We have two choices no matter what position we're at. We can only move right, or we can move down. Those are our only choices. We can't go diagonal, we can't go up, and we definitely can't go left. So our goal is to reach the end position or the finished position. That's always going to be the bottom right. So we start at the top left, but we want to go to the bottom right. And the only question is, how many unique paths are there to get to the end position? So at first, this kind of seems like a recursive problem, right? So we have two choices, right? We can go down or we can go right, and then that's a sub-problem. One thing to notice is, see how from this start position, we are actually able to move to any position in the entire grid. But if we move right from this position, what are the possible spots we can go to? Well, we can go right and we can go down, so we can actually go to any spot here. But notice we will never be able to reach these two elements if we start from here. And similarly, if we go down from here, then what positions can we reach? We can reach any position to the right or below, but we'll never be able to reach any of these positions. And another thing to notice is literally any spot in the entire grid, the nature of this grid, and since we can go down and we can go right, any spot in this grid will be able to reach our destination. So we don't have to worry about not being able to reach the destination. So yeah, you might try this problem recursively, right? So we have two decisions, go down or go right. And that's great, right? So now from here, we also have two choices, go down or go right. from here we have two choices, go down or go right. You kind of notice though there's some repeated work. Obviously we can get to this position two different ways, so in that case we're going to end up doing repeated work, right? From this way that we got here, we can go down and we can go right, and we're going to repeat that over here, right? Go down or go right. So if we're doing depth first search recursively, one thing we can do is have a cache. So for every row, column, position, so for example in this position we cache the result, so if we ever reach this spot multiple times we will be able to store that and we won't have to run depth first search again, because depth first search is pretty expensive. And so what is this value even going to store? Well, this is recursive, so for each position we're actually calculating the number of ways we can reach the destination, right? And if we can compute that for every single square, then we can compute that for the original square, right? Basically what I'm saying is the result that we're looking for is actually equal. So let's say we call this spot R, we call this spot down, right? So this is R for right, this is D for down. The result that we're looking for is actually the sum of R plus D, right? But then you might ask, well, how do we compute R and how do we compute D? Well, R is just going to be, R has a value to the right of it and it has a value below it, right? So if we want to compute this value, we can just take the right and down values and get them, right? But so what ends up being the base case? So with all that in mind, what ends up actually being the base case? Well, so this is the ending position, right? So how many ways from the ending position are there? How many unique paths are there to get to itself? Well, we can choose to define that as 1. So if we've defined that value as 1, we'll notice that things actually work out pretty nicely, because let's take a look at this cell, right? We want to take the bottom value and the right value and then add them up, and then that's what we're going to put in this spot. But we see that there's nothing below it, right? That's out of bounds. What we can say is, well, we'll just define that to be 0, right? We'll define every value out of bounds to be 0. So if we ever need them, we can just say that they're 0. So then what becomes the value that we place in this cell? Well, we can take the right value, which is 1, and the bottom value, which is 0. add them together, and then we get 1. So we can just put a 1 over here, right? And you might notice, well, what if we want to compute the value in this position? Well, the exact same thing will take place, right? The value below is 0, the value to the right is 1. So we can say that there's one way from this position to reach the end result. And now what actually is that path? Well, we can't move down, right? That's out of bounds. So we can only choose to move right, and then we'll be able to get to the result. And you can see that's true for every position in the bottom row. So we're just going to fill these to be 1. And you might be able to see how we are going to arrive at the dynamic programming solution now. So the first thing for us to do is to compute this bottom row. Now let's start doing the next row, right? Because our ultimate goal is to be able to do this value. We can work our way from the bottom to the left, and then from here to the left, and then keep doing that, and eventually we'll arrive at the result. So what about this position? Well, it has a 0 to the right of it because the right is out of bounds. It has a 1 below it, so we'll take 0 plus 1. Again, we get 1. Now, what about this spot? This spot actually has a value below it and a value to the right of it, and those values are 1 and 1 respectively, so the sum is going to be 2. And that makes sense, right? Because if you start here, there's one path going to the right and then going down, right? That's one path to get to the result. And there's another path going down and going right that lets us get to the result. So it makes sense that this would be 2 unique paths to get to the result. And from here on out, it's basic addition, right? So down is 1, right is 2. Add those together, we get 3. Here we get 1 plus 3, that's going to be 4. Add this together with this, that's going to be 5. Add these two together, that's going to be 6. Add these two together, that's going to be 7. And so you notice now we have filled in the second row. It looks a little bit different than the first row, right? The bottom was all 1s. And now the only thing for us to do is to get this last row. So we look down and we look right. That's 1 plus 0. So we're going to get a 1. Notice how the entire first column is 1. That's actually always going to be true, right? Because think about it. From any position in the rightmost column, the only decision we can do is move down. So there's only going to be one path to the result. So this is going to be 2 plus 1. This is going to be 3 plus 3. This is going to be 4 plus 6. This is going to be 5 plus 10. This is going to be 6 plus 15. 15. And so finally, we are at our start position. So we can take the bottom and right values, 7 plus 21, add them together, we get 28. So that tells us if we start here, there are 28 different paths we can use to get to the result. 28 unique paths. And when you look at the picture, it actually looks more like a math problem than a coding problem, right? And that's because it is. You can actually calculate the number of ways from the top left, I think, in constant time if you have like a math equation, but I don't know a ton about it. I'm just going to stick to the dynamic programming solution. So let's do what we just did in the picture. So I'm going to have a row, and this is initially going to be the bottom row. It's going to be the length of the number of rows that we have, which is n. But since it's a grid, you could probably use either m or n. And so since we know the bottom row is going to be all ones, we can start going through the other rows. So we can go through all of the other rows except for the last one, so m minus 1. And for each row, we're going to compute a new row. So this new row is going to be above the old row. And so it's going to be the same dimensions, of course. We'll initialize it to all ones. And to avoid the edge case of having to check out of bounds, what I'm going to do is go through every position, every column except the rightmost column. And we can do that like this because we know the rightmost column or the last value in every single row is always going to be 1, right? I showed that in the drawing. And so we're going to start at the second to last position, keep going until we get to the beginning, and go in reverse order. So we're going from right to left. And we know that the new row, so if we're computing new row of j, it's going to be new row of j plus 1. So this is the right value, and the value below is just going to be the old row at index j. And so with this loop, we'll be able to compute the new row. And so after we do that, we can update the row. So the old row is now going to be set to the new row. And so it's going to keep doing that until we end up getting the last, or rather the first row, the top row that we actually want to compute. So after this has been executed, that's what's going to happen. And what we actually want to return, though, is in that first row, which will be in this variable, we want the first value. So at index 0, that's what we're going to return. So now we can run our code. And by the way, so it is pretty efficient because we did this in O of n times n time, and the memory complexity is just big O of n because that's the length of a row. So I hope this was helpful. If you enjoyed, please like and subscribe. It supports the channel a lot, and I'll hopefully see you pretty soon.
r plus 1. Hmm. Sup, KFC? I can't solve this problem, man. I already have the solution, but I want to solve it recursively. I just don't know what I'm doing wrong here. And it's taken forever. So 102003. Mainly, which companies are you focusing on? At the moment, every company. Every big tech company with this question. The issue is, though, I'm literally going to throw this into ChatGPT and have a look what the problem is. Alright. What is the problem with this code? Man, think. Table is initialized. Oh, no way they're the same list. Did I really make a referencing mistake? Holy. Wait. For underline in range of m, well, m plus 1. Let me see. Is that really the problem? I need to check this, man. Wait, why did that just close on me? No, I think I just threw it out into, yep, its own tab. That is insane. Hold on. Man, I actually... Oh my god. Okay, we figured it out. There was actually just... I had most of it right. It was just the memo that I made that was wrong. It's because what I had before was to initialize rows, but when you updated a row, it updated every other row. Oh man. Now I know. You need copies of rows, not just the rows as referenced. So this is a problem of pointers, almost. Well, now you know. Now you know. So everything else that I was writing was right. Okay, so I gotta remember this now. And I'm gonna have to initializing a 2D table was the main point of failure, as I was doing 0 times n times m, when instead it should be 0 times m for in range m. The difference here is crucial. Otherwise, the problem turning from backtracking to DP is straightforward. So in this case, you know, it was and I should write the hashtag, so backtracking, dynamic programming, and this is pretty good, I think. It's very tricky, this one. Okay, I got it in the end. I understood it in the end. And thanks for ChatGPT for telling me that, to be honest. We can worry no more about this. Only need to add this now to Alacrity, to my repository. Done. Okay, so now that we have done this, close, close, close. This is fine. I've seen this. I'll keep this open. The interviews, remote interviews, working at Amazon, and all of this. Okay. There was something here as well. Like, what is this? Is it the job listing specifically? No, it isn't. Okay. Hello? Why does this open to a new page? Is it an software development manager? So I think it is. Yeah, it is. So software development that work directly with your serves as a proxy for your manager. This is particularly true if you're interviewing through the best fit process. The hiring manager on the loop may not be your potential manager or on your team or even organization at all. The role of the hiring manager is to make the best hiring decisions for Amazon. In addition to hiring their position and team, ensure a quality candidate experience. Like all of our interviewers, hiring managers participate in our interviewer training programs and will consider how your skills and expertise or experiences compare to objective standards. This interviewer can provide you answers about the work you can do in the role, future vision of the product team, noteworthy accomplishments the team has achieved, if not confidential. Even if the hiring manager is a proxy, this is a great Amazonian to ask questions about what it takes to be a successful SDE at Amazon and learn more about how they manage their teams. So I guess the question I can always pose then is, any of the related. So what are the key challenges of the role of being an intern? Why has this role become available? So why has this intern role become available? Right, so this is for SDE, right? So this is for man, I gotta go back. Application dashboard. Oh, okay. Sorry, I just had to connect to my VPN for a second. John Dinero. The better question would be, what sort of work will be doing as an intern? Yeah, that is a good question, right? Actually, we'll write that down. Doing as an intern. Software development engineer, SDE. Software. So what's the difference, say, between a software development engineer and a software engineer? I'm just going to say they're just specific to Amazon. SDE just means software engineer. But regardless, okay, what sort of work will I be doing as an intern if I get this position? What type of traits will make a candidate successful? Okay. GSOC. I'm not sure what GSOC is. What do you think about, is it good to participate if someone doesn't have any prior experience in any company? I mean, if you can, I'm guessing this is like, oh yeah, okay, Google Summer of Code. I would say it's good if you have the time to do it and if you know what you want to contribute to, I suppose. I mean, this is definitely, if you have the time for it, I think it, it's good to have. It's good to go for. Good final questions to ask. Technical interview handbook. Okay. Thank you for that. Let me have a look. By the author of Blind 75? Okay. Hey, this handbook is actually something I didn't realize existed. Okay, I need to read this example. Preparing is, okay, this is really all stuff that I really do need to read. And preparing final questions to ask. Okay, let's look at this first because I'm doing it right now. Ooh, I mean, these questions are actually pretty darn effective thinking questions. Okay. Say that, I have maybe... Nah, I mean, these are all good questions. What sort of work will I be doing as an intern? Could key challenges, maybe key challenges is good. Maybe what sort of work as an intern might overlap. So I'm not gonna really focus on that one. So what type of traits will make a candidate successful? In this internship? What kind of traits would make a candidate successful during this internship? What kind of character traits? What type of character traits? What type of yeah, and so a good question that I would ask a hiring manager is, best questions to ask, knowing more about technical work, knowing about a role. What qualities do you look out for when hiring for this role? Okay, this is a good question. Maybe I'll rephrase it. So, what character traits do you look out for when hiring for this role? Okay. What would be the most important problem you would want me to solve if I joined your team? What does a typical day look like? What is the strengths and weaknesses of the current team? What resources does the company have for new hires to study its product and processes? So what are the key challenges while being here as an intern at Amazon? What character traits do you look out for when hiring for this internship? When hiring for this internship position? So there was another thing here where they did say the hiring manager is typically a software who manages or serves proxy for the manager. This is particularly true if you're interviewing through the best fit process, where the hiring manager or the loop may not be your potential manager or on your team or even organization at all. The role of the hiring manager is to make the best hiring decisions in addition to hiring for the position and team and ensure quality candidate experience. Like all interviewers, hiring managers participate in our interview training programs and consider our skills and experience compared to the objective standards for the SDE success at Amazon. This interviewer can provide you answers about the work you will do in the role, future visions of the product, noteworthy accomplishments the team has achieved. Even if the hiring manager is a proxy, there's a great Amazonian to ask questions about what it takes to be successful. So I guess, what are some noteworthy accomplishments? So what are the strengths and weaknesses of the current team? So what is the future vision of the development team? What is the future vision of the development team? I don't know if this is something I should really ask the development manager. The hiring manager or not. So what is the future vision? Nah, man, these are better questions. So what surprised you when you joined the team? So if you had to guess, is what drew you to the team? So I have 2 team members. Let me double check that. So I have a software dev engineer and a senior software dev engineer. So to have that, I reckon, so what if you had to guess, is the hiring manager's favorite leadership principle? I feel like it would be closer to my age and it would be a suitable question. So what resources does the company have? Okay. Okay, this is good for, okay, senior member. Senior software dev, senior SDE. So this one is good for them. Right, so suppose this is also a good one. And what is the most costly technical decision made early on that the company is living with now? Company or the team is living with now. what surprised you when you joined the team? What, if you had to guess, is the hiring manager's favorite leadership principle? And what is the most fulfilling, exciting, or technically complex project that you've worked on here so far? For the senior SD, what is the most costly technical decision made early on at the company? At Amazon. What is the most costly technical decision made early on at Amazon that the team is living with right now? Yeah, so what would be the most important problem? What would be the most important problem? What would be the most important problem you want me to solve if I joined the team? Is this valid? Because I don't know if I am going to be speaking to them. So I will keep that as a pointer. What is something you wish were different about your job? Given your experience, what is unique about working at Amazon? So Adam Alston. With my friend. compared with working at Honeywell Question is, how many questions to ask at the end of an interview at Amazon? Let's say at the end of an interview. I know it varies, and 2 to 3 questions. Okay, so having 4 is fine, I think. Okay, so, you know, I can pick any one of these and say, okay, what has continued to surprise you positively is something I probably is actually pretty good of a question to ask for a senior person. Okay, we can do that and just all right, so this is all the questions. So I think these are good questions. Okay, so I'm just practicing a little bit now where I'll have this on my second screen and I'll be like, interviewer asks, so tell me about yourself. Yeah, so my name is David. I'm currently studying my master's in AI and I have a bachelor's in computer science. I've had experience at a startup in the past, building in Next.js, and I have worked also at a consulting agency building business workflows using tools like Zapier and NA10. More recently, however, I've also been interested in building my very own open source project, which is helping me learn a lot more about web development. And you know, whenever I've been learning, I also like to share my knowledge on my YouTube channel in the form of video tutorials or even live streams. So yeah, that's me. And I guess I could also say, like, you know, I live by values of being a compassionate person. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know how I just leave it at that, you know? And yeah, well, I need I need a way to close this better, so self-introduction. I guess I should also say why I'm interested, right? So tell me about yourself. Why are you interested, right? So I'm interested in this role. So I'm interested front end in this software develop SDE role. I'm interested in this SDE role at Amazon because I have because I have been using AWS for a while now, and you know, I'm interested in this SDE role at Amazon because how do you deal with a failed deadline? Damn. So what is this really asking me in terms of a SDE problem? How do you deal with a failed deadline? For, you know, say, usually I try not to, so this is something I don't usually do often. You know, I rarely miss a deadline for an assignment. But if I were to fail a deadline, I would definitely communicate prior to the deadline, or as soon as I know that the deadline isn't going to be met, to tell the person that I'm reporting to about not being able to finish it on time. So I would be very communicative in that respect and try not to now you see that's tough because okay, can I link this to any leadership principle? How do you deal with a failed deadline? Why do you want to work at Amazon? I can say that already in my tell me about yourself. Tell me about a situation where you had a conflict with a teammate. Yeah, so I can say one off the top of my head. And, maybe this is about earn trust, leadership principle. Or not earn trust, but perhaps it's have backbone. So in your professional experience, have you worked with something without getting approval from your manager? I'm unlikely to have a problem like this. So, okay, so tell me about a situation where you would have done something differently from what you actually did. Okay, hold on. Before I continue with any of these questions, again, my main goal here first is to finish writing. I'm interested in the SDE role at Amazon because I've played around with AWS in the past, and I want to, I've used AWS in the past, and so I'm interested in this SDE role at Amazon because I've used AWS in the past, and I want to also contribute behind the scenes to hopefully improve the features, or maybe not that good. So yeah, so why do they want you? So in helping me learn a lot more about the general landscape of web development. And whenever I'm learning, I also like to share my knowledge on my YouTube channel in the form of YouTube videos or live streams. And so I'm also, interested here in the SDE role. No. Now, I'm interested in this SDE intern role at Amazon because I like the idea of building for developers, right? I like, yeah, I do, because, genuinely I do. At AWS. So, summaries of all of these points. Sorry, I'm not even showing my screen here, but okay, summaries of all of these points. Studying Masters of AI, Masters in AI, have a bachelor's in computer science, Janardan. So what app is on the right side of the screen? Wait, what is the browser chat? Perhaps I don't quite understand, but what's the app on the right of the screen? It's Obsidian. Okay, so this one's Obsidian. Okay. So have a bachelor's of computer science, experience at a startup, building in Next.js, worked at a consulting agency building business workflows using tools like building my own open source project, and whenever I'm learning, I'd also like to share my knowledge on my YouTube channel in the form of live streams or video tutorials. And I'm interested in this software development engineer role at Amazon because I want to build, because I like the idea of building for developers, and I think I will best have that at AWS. Okay. All right. I mean, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna keep this here, but the main part's there. Okay. have backbone, disagree and commit. Okay, so situation. Action. I advocated for something. I advocated for our documentation to be shared on, to be written on Notion as opposed to Confluence. My reasoning was something. Okay. Pepe, bro, do you turn on live 24/7? Every time I go on YouTube, I see you live streaming. Yeah, basically, man. Basically. It's basically 24/7. I advocate for our documentation to be written on Notion as opposed to Confluence. Yeah, as a result, the many anecdotes I got from people I worked with were that, you know, they did like using Notion over Confluence at the end of the day. Now, it's a not really good explanation. You know, the result was that we, at the end of the subject, our Notion page was used as an example so at the end of the subject, our Notion page was recommended to the lecturer, where he used it as an example to showcase a our collective documentation skills. I guess these are results that, yeah, okay, yeah, those are good results. So at the end of the subject, our Notion page was recommended to the lecturer by our tutor, where the lecturer used it as an example to showcase our collective documentation skills, or to showcase the end document, right? To showcase a good example. The action due to the fact that Confluence I argued that Confluence was frictionful when editing documents. I argued that Confluence was frictionful when editing documents, which is, compared to Notion, you can just type straight away. I also argued so as a result, I was able to convince five members three of the five I sought to having used Notion, I sought to convince others to get out of their comfort zone so I've so 3 out of 5 in our group, so 3 out of the 5 people in our group for a group project had only ever used Confluence for documentation in the past. So me having used Notion as a documentation tool in the past, I sought to convince others to use Notion as opposed to Confluence. And I advocated for our documentation to be written on Notion. I argued that Confluence was frictionful when editing documents comparatively to Notion, and I gave the opportunity for others to have their say. I mean, I feel like that's always a necessity anyway. I showed examples in the past of my own documents to try and convince them. So this was a disagree and commit gone right, but I understand from the perspective of someone else who still likes to use Confluence, yeah, I don't know. I was able to convince 4/5 of the team to move forward with Notion. I think that's how I would say. That's 4 out of 5 of us. Four-fifths of the team to move forward with Notion. It turned out to be good because at the end of the subject, our Notion page was recommended to the lecturer by our tutor, where the lecturer used it as an example to showcase. Good documentation. But I gotta say more about the action that I took, which I need to probably get some help from ChatGPT again. Yeah, okay, so these are good also. So I argued that Confluence was frictionful when editing documents. I argued that from having personally played around with Confluence, that it was more frictionful at editing documents than Notion was. And I offered to set up the initial Notion structure to perhaps ease the transition. All right, give me a sec. I gotta take a drink and head to the toilet. Be right back. Okay. Thing is, so, alright, let me try this again. 3 out of 5 people in our group has, okay, okay, so, we had this group project. We had this very important group project which spanned over the course of the whole semester. And it was a group of 5 people. And we got together to decide on a documentation tool. So 3 out of 5 of us had only ever used Confluence for documentation in the past, and me having used Notion as a documentation tool, I sought to convince others to use Notion over Confluence. And, you know, I argued that Confluence was actually pretty frictionful comparatively to Notion, which is, you know, a newer documentation tool. Yeah, okay, so maybe I can bring into the fact that it was newer as well. And so maybe the arguments, you know, maybe they might ask, like, what were the arguments that they had? What were the reasons for the documentation tool to be Confluence? So, okay. We had this very important group project that spanned over the entire semester. It was in a group of 5, and we got together in a meeting to decide on our documentation tool, either Confluence or Notion. So Notion is a newer documentation tool, and only 2 out of 5 of us in our group has only ever used Notion, and everyone else would comfortably use Confluence. Me having used Notion as a documentation tool, I sought to convince others to use Notion as well. So I argued that Confluence was actually pretty frictionful when, say, editing documents, and isn't as frictionless as Notion was. And but to them, I guess, to the argument of using something that is more industry standard, such as Confluence, now a major argument to using Confluence was that since we're students, we should try to learn to use the industry standard. And, to that I agree is a reasonable reason. Yeah, so that was a reasonable argument. I guess what can I say to that? That was a reasonable argument. At the end of the day. Since we're only students, we should try to learn to use the industry standard. And I agreed with him. But I just had a vision that, when it comes to Confluence, it's not going to be that hard to learn. It's not like there's a high barrier to entry to learning Confluence. Neither with Notion. And for our project, I argued that Notion would make it easier for us to collaborate, to document. I mean, Now, a major argument to using Confluence was that since we're only students, we should try to learn to use the industry standard, which is Confluence. And I agreed with him, but, oh, not but, and. So I agreed with him, and I said that if we were to use it in the future, either using Confluence or Notion really wouldn't be that much of a learning curve to get right. And the positives of using Notion, I mean, should I even say the argument? Right? Like, it's not something that's really that important, right? So now a major argument for using Confluence was that since we're only students, we should try to learn to use the industry standard. And, although I agree with them, and I agreed with them, with the only caveat that, I don't know. Should I even mention that then? Does Confluence have version control in free? Okay, version control is on everything, right? And, I agreed to them in that respect. But I also then made a one of them was simpler version control management, I suppose. Perhaps let's just say this. Azula, do you have a insanely huge graph tree? No. I don't think I do. There you go. Omnivore. These are all just like articles. Excalibur. From my past semester of note taking. Music psychology. It's kind of massive. I mean, compared to the people on r/obsidian, it's minuscule. Yeah, it's alright. We won't look too deeply because some of it's actually personal. Utilizing Confluence meant that we also needed to use, Trello or Jira. But I argued that Notion would allow us to unify these apps into one, right? So I call this a B. This is a story. My computer's a little bit slow. I think it is. I think it is. Hmm? Why is this not moving? Oh no. Okay, save to bookmarks. Close tabs. Save to bookmarks. Actually, Save to bookmarks. Close tabs. I'm just going to restart Firefox. Okay, I think I've done quite a lot there. I'm going to move this to Thursday. Okay. Problem. So I saw this Reddit post. Ooh, what's this? Ew. I'm a consumerist. So I'm guessing TC means total compensation. So here's the advice, right? Leadership principles. Go through all the LP. Okay, wait, no, I want to read all the other ones first before that. DSA. If you're aware of all the major patterns and their implementation, it will be straightforward to solve the problems of these rounds. There will be an obscure, tricky problem in these rounds. Just make sure you write clean code and communicate your thought process. Follow structure of clarify questions. Discuss the approach, discuss trade-offs, and dry run. Okay, now low-level development, I don't think that's something I do. So leadership principles. Go through the leadership principles once or twice and try to understand them holistically. I've seen a lot of resources that suggest you write at least 2 to 3 stories for each. There's no need for mapping pre-written stories to each. Focus on 8 to 10 most challenging user stories you worked on. Focus mostly on AR from star. And if you really worked on some problem, you'll have enough points for actions and results. Try to have some impact in the result with quantifiable data. You will be able to pick and choose most of your stories mapping to any question with just a minor adjustment. Okay. I want to, in the next 30 minutes or so, argue that I am ready for the interview tomorrow, right? I want to feel like I'm ready. So I'm going to convince myself in the next 30 minutes that I am. Hello. Thanks for joining, Hayes. Nods? Nods, thanks, man. I appreciate it. To be honest, I haven't put these in my calendar yet, which I should. Do 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 do. Do 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 I'm singing very poorly, humming very poorly. Okay. Now, let's holistically understand. My stories. Story bank. Add X. What do you mean how Python will be in the next 5 years? I'm pretty sure Python will exist if that's what you mean. Okay, we have one on Dive Deep already. Deliver results. You know, why do you want to join this company? I would say, you know, I want to join this company mainly, I want to join AWS mainly because, you know, I don't want to say, you know, right, before I even say anything. I'm interested to have a role at Amazon, more specifically AWS, because I like the idea of building for developers, which I believe AWS achieves. You know, part of AWS's goal is also, part of AWS's customer base is also developers. Would you say majority developers? I would say, right? Majority developers in AWS. AWS user mostly developers plus C-suite. C-suite. I see. I did not know C-suite was a term. If that's the case, yeah, I agree. Right? If that's the case, I'll have confidence in saying AWS. You know, I want to help out developers. You know, and there sure is comparatively more developers than C-suites. For a moment, I thought C-suite was a programming language. Okay, could I perhaps write 4 more questions, write 4 more stories, or am I going to say 5, 10? This is 10 stories already. It's hard to write so many. Sounds like a pretty sweet programming language. Yeah. Honestly, like, if we have C, if we have C++, C, C sharp, and C suite, wouldn't that be cool? The next programming language, perhaps, may be C suite, targeted towards the C suite of people. Maybe. It's an idea. Indeed. I don't think I know enough about front-end C related shit. Can I even label these to have their own Amazon leadership principles? Like, tell me about yourself. You know, I like somewhat customer obsessed, ownership, invent, no. I'll write a lot, maybe not. Learn and be curious for sure. Think big, have backbone. Nah, don't worry about it. Alright, but something to dive deep, something about delivering results. You know, they all tie towards delivering results at some point. Wait, you underestimated the disingenuousness. No, I got you. But yeah, no, this star stuff I even disregarded. I mean, I also disregarded for the longest time. But, you know, I think, you know, the scare is because Amazon is making me do 3 interviews all on the same day. Perhaps I will take it seriously. So I need a really good example of earn trust, really, because that is one I will have issues with a lot. Earning trust. Because what it means to earn trust is, you know, you own a problem, you are vocally self-critical about that problem, and you're, you know, actively telling others that you are improving yourself. You know, an example is if you make a mistake on a presentation slide, you got called out for it by someone else, and you agreed that it was a mistake. You know, you agreed that it was a mistake and you know to do better next time. Right? That would be self-critical of yourself. And that's what it means to earn trust. But how can I earn trust in this, in the projects that I've done in the past? What was a decision that didn't turn out well? Right? Give me an example of earn trust, perhaps ChatGPT. This is repeated work, man. Give me more. Now, this isn't what it means to earn trust. That's the thing. You're going, ChatGPT can't even tell me. Give me an example where I am self-critical. Over-engineering. Yeah, okay, but this is still like a hallucination. Hmm. Desai, hello. Nah, that's still not it. Look, it doesn't have to be big, right? It can be something small. If I really come across this question, I wouldn't be able to tell you an answer. Earns trust. Alright, let's just see this video maybe.
Hi, I'm Nick. I'm a former Amazon bar raiser who now runs Amazon Bound, where we help talented job seekers to interview effectively with Amazon. If this is a topic that would be of interest to you, please feel free to subscribe to our channel. In today's video, I will discuss the nuances of how do you display earns trust in your interview responses. Earns trust is one of the more nuanced and nebulous leadership principles, and it's much less forward to demonstrate earns trust with professional accomplishment than it is to demonstrate a bunch of the other more straightforward leadership principles, such as deliver results, ownership, bias fraction, so on and so forth. So in today's video, I'd like to talk about how a bar raiser or any other Amazon interviewer would likely identify if you possess and raise the bar on earns trust. Earning trust usually comes through over and over again, repeatedly, as you describe your professional accomplishments that demonstrate other leadership principles. So earning trust kind of happens between the lines, and that's what makes this leadership principle somewhat tough to articulate. A good way to think about earning trust is when you put others' interests before yours. You put the interests of your teammates, the customers, the company in general before your own interests. In general, I'd like to discuss two separate scenarios of earning trust. The first scenario is when you demonstrate earning trust in times of crises, in times when something negative is taking place at work. Examples of the scenario could be if there's a problem, if there's a failure, and instead of you pointing fingers that somebody else is responsible for the failure, you take on the responsibility. In this case, earns trust is tightly coupled with ownership, and you could be the team leader of the team that has messed up, or you could be the representative of the company talking to a customer, and you specifically are not at fault for what happened, but the customer is upset for some reason. That is a very clear example of earning trust. You could even raise the bar in displaying earning trust in such cases, and particularly if you are a team manager, you could actively shield one of your direct reports from being exposed if they had done something wrong. I mean, obviously you would hold them accountable inside the team, but to other teams or to your managers, you're shielding the person and you stand up for them.
Damn, bro.
That is
It's a tough question.
earning trust in its finest.
Because I don't
coupled with
have
ownership,
a
and
good
its second
example here
example,
still.
even coupled with backbone. In scenario number 2, you could demonstrate earning trust when things are good. Even when the times are good, you can demonstrate earning trust. How does that work? An example that illustrates earning trust when times are good would be if you are a team leader and you are actively helping the people on your team grow their careers. You are putting them in front of senior management. You're giving them good, meaty, quality projects that they can complete and shine instead of hogging all the credits for yourself. and therefore you are building a team
His
of strong
facial expressions,
performers
man.
who would be promoted quickly, even if it comes at the expense of, after the employee being promoted, them leaving your team and you needing to backfill. In this case, you're clearly demonstrating earning trust because, one, you're not misappropriating the credit for the accomplishment, you're giving that credit to the employee, and two, you're fully aware that by helping the employee shine, helping them rise through the organization, you're going to lose this person maybe in the long run, yet you pursue and you continue to help them shine and help them stand out. In this case, earning trust is tightly coupled with another leadership principle: hire and develop. So you can see how in both of these scenarios, in bad times in scenario 1 and in good times in scenario 2, you could demonstrate earning trust, and earning trust almost comes through as a byproduct of everything else that happens. However, again, to recapitulate.
Recalrax, yeah. So I am applying for Amazon internship at the moment. I'm in the final stage interviews at the moment, which is, yeah, the loop is what they call it. And yeah, I'm just trying to, the biggest issue that I have is knowing the leadership principles, or like having the behavioral, right? Because that's probably the highest rated criteria. And I think I have a good set of stories now. You know, I'm convincing myself of that because it's tomorrow that I have this interview. But I also need, I guess, also to make sure that I know what's going to happen in the interview as well. Leadership principles, behavioral based interviewing, start answer format, tips for great answers, prep the technical interviews can be found here. Yep, so I'm going to click on this because the technical aspects, I also probably need to double check, right? That it should be fine. So definitely you feel like behavior is too heavily weighted. Okay. And you have an AWS internship, by the way. That's congratulations. Would you say, you know, during the loop you had what I would expect, like 50% behavioral, 50% coding? Would that be roughly correct, or would you say, you know, 60% behavioral, 40% coding? You know, that's the kind of concern that I have at the moment. Or what type of technical questions do they ask? Is it very in the weeds of, say, databases, you know? Do you need to know what, you know, compound indices are? Something like that. All right, no worries. So I guess the idea is, can I twist certain ideas to using Ernst trust and whatnot? Okay, so it was a medium question, Leetcode question. An array, fair enough. 80% technical, 20% behavioral. Now, interesting, right? Interesting. 80% technical, 20% behavioral. Okay, nice. I see. You know, be reactive, right? Be reactive in the conversation is always good. I also kept talking the whole interview, showed enthusiasm, confidence. And I feel like they value the engagement, ways you communicate your ideas, and the more you share your thought process, the better. Good. All right, yeah. I believe so too. And I think I do a pretty good job of that in my technicals. I guess also perhaps, is there any sort of system design from your experience? Or is there any sort of low-level design from your experience? I would expect a system design, right? Okay. For sure, yeah. So I am going for just an undergrad internship, so to speak. So I feel like then maybe it will just be Leetcode, right? In which case, if you say there's an array type question, I should practice my arrays as well. Although I feel like I am pretty efficient in that now. But perhaps, you know, like I can say something here right now. When it comes to an array, you always have a left and right pointer for something, for a 2-pointers problem. In an array, we can initialize everything to 0 while the right is less than the len of something, for example. You can then L plus equal 1 and R plus equal 1 or something like this. Right? That's the general idea of a 2-pointers problem. So maybe I'll actually write it here. So 2-pointers. But for something like arrays and hashing would be something like a set. I guess what critical array type problems would I imagine? If I go back to Leetcode for a moment, arrays and hashing, 2-pointers, sliding windows, basically 2-pointers, so 2-pointers and sliding window. Stack is linked list though. I should be wary of. Only because in linked list, I literally forgot that we could use something like this, while car is equal to car.next, but car is equal to what, some node maybe, and prev is equal to none maybe, and car undo prev is equal to car, right? Something like this, that I forgot to use a prev variable in one of my previous interviews, so I got to remember this as well. Linked list problems are either super easy or super hard, no in between. I would say perhaps binary search, I'm fine with. 2 pointers, I'm fine with. Arrays and hashing, so linked list, backtracking, graphs a little bit. Okay, so arrays and hashing though, right? Because I've done this for a long time ago now. I've got to make sure I do know how to solve some of these problems. I feel like arrays and hashing have more variety in their templates. So if I were to think about this question, given an integer array, nums output, where output is a product of all elements of nums except nums I, each product is guaranteed to fit 32-bit, follow how could you do of O and N without using the division operation? Okay, I mean, I imagine this to have a hash table of some sort, perhaps. Maybe not. But generally a lot of like array problems either use hash tables. I mean, part of the whole Leetcode 150 is it's called arrays and hashing. So it's not really that special. I think what I got to remember when it comes to arrays and hashing is the hashing component. This one is a really good problem, but I have to say that O of N solution is hard to deduce. All right, I'll try and do this one then. Right now, we'll see how we go. All right, so given an array nums, return an array output where the ith position, so output I is the product of all the elements of nums except nums I. Each product is guaranteed to fit the 32-bit. Follow up, how could you solve this in O of N without using the division operation? So you have some sort of output, you return the output, something about nums. So say you have, 1, 2, 4, 6. Everything else, 2 times 4 is 8, times 6 is 48. 24, 12, 8. So O of n time, right? If you use some sort of additional hash table, you could perhaps... Does it need to be in order? Yes, it does. You could scan through it twice, perhaps. Where you go 1. No. So without the division operator, okay? Two times 4 times 6 times 1. You can always divide if you want. And that would give you a solution, and that would work. But if you can't do that, how would you do it? If you have maybe could you use a set somehow? Perhaps you can scan through, nah. One times 2 times 4 gives you 8. 8 is 2 and 4 and 1. And then this value would be the one for 6. Are you trying to go straight to the optimal solution or try to brute force? I'm trying to go to the optimal, but I can't think of the optimal. I already think of a solution for the brute force in my head, or actually a 2-scan operation with a division operator. I can think of those ones, but without a division operator, it's going to be a different problem. Like, okay, let me write the one just with the division operator, right? and the output. Perhaps, you know, if this is how you can do multiplication, perhaps. Okay, output not defined because oh, I made a mistake. But also, yeah, also because of this, actually. Okay, so that worked for one of them.
Yeah.
Hmm. The 0 is messing with me now. I mean, without zeros, oh, this is such with an index removed, but that doesn't matter anyway. I definitely need to revisit this one then. Yeah, okay, so this is using division. I almost feel like I don't remember this problem. So prefix and suffix. How so? The prefix and suffix is actually an interesting solution.
Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's write some more neat code today. So today let's solve product of array except itself. So this is another problem from the blind 75 list. As you can see, it's over here, product of array except self. So I'm going to be adding that video solution today. And we're getting one step closer to having every problem in this entire list filled out. So for this problem, we're given an input array of integers nums, and we want to return an output array for every single number that we're given, where for each value in the input array nums, we're basically multiplying every single number except that value and then returning that as the result. For example, in this example, you can see we're given 1, 2, 3, 4. So for example, for this, so if we wanted the product of every value in here, the first value, and we know that would basically be 24. So if we wanted the first value, so if we wanted 24, we would take this total product and divide it by 1, right? That would give us 24. If we wanted what the second value would be, we would take the entire product, 24, which would be all of this, and then divide it by 2, which would give us 12, which would be over here, right? Because the division is basically taking the entire product of the entire thing without multiplying by this. Dividing this would do exactly that. But we are not allowed to use the division operator. So if we wanted the product of every value in here except the 3, one way we can break it down is basically get the product of every value before 3 in the input array and get the product of every value after 3 in the array, and then multiply these two values together, and then that's going to give us the value that we would want to put in this position in our result. So it would be helpful for us if we want to do that for every single value in the input array, if we basically just compute the prefix product for every single position in the input array, right? And then put it in a prefix array. And since we're also going to be wanting the product of values after, it would...
Okay, damn, I see. I understand. Okay, so that's smart as hell. Output times len of num, or n is equal to len of num. So this pref has to have this times the previous number. Okay, but you have to ensure that the previous number exists. In range of len of pref, or just range n, then you would do this. Otherwise, it's just the number. Because I would equal to 1. Right? Okay, let's just print that. So 1, 2, 4, 48. Okay, so you can do the same thing, but using the same for loop. Can you? Yeah, we can use a different one. So range. Just gonna try that. I think that'll just go from n-1 to the correct, so it'll be the correct index is 3210. Nums I times suff I plus 1 Alright, only if I plus 1 in range of n else suff I is equal to nums I, and so that should print 6, 24, 48. Yep. And then output is equal to, for I in range n, output I is equal to the pref I minus 1 times suff I plus 1. Now that you can only do if I guess you can define it. Nice. Yeah, actually, that was good. That was good. That was good practice, actually. But anyway, arrays and hashing, get an idea. There is no hashing involved at all in this one. Actually, arguable. You can consider hashing as indexing. You can consider indexing as hashing to some extent, right, of an array. So there is a little bit of hashing involved. But this is hashing. No worries, we're good. And to be honest, I don't think I've added this as a solution to my Leetcode problems, so I'll do that now. And what question number is this? (238) product of array except itself. Did 239, but never 238 here. Yeah. I was only able to understand the solution after watching the first part of Leetcode's solution. right quit, wait, right quit or git push. I would recommend looking at the Leetcode solution for this problem just because it's a shorter and easier to remember in case you face it in an interview. Talking about the O1 solution in this video, I see, right, true. Now if I think about it, right, is this basically saying you build them out all at the same time? So the prefix, you would have a prefix value at index I. Nope. Let's see. So this is equal to the prefix and the prefix multiplies equal to num's I. Okay. And you times the postfix 1 for I when you go backwards. Wait. No, yeah, I'm not getting it exactly right, but okay. You just scan it through, right? Put that number to the next value. I see, you just scan it through. Yeah, no, I see, I understand. And it's because you don't even need to have the calculation all done in one step. It's like almost like a natural convergence.
Hey everyone, welcome. And that is going to end up making things count as extra memory. So it basically tells us the prefix out of room to put it, so we don't need to store it in the output. So now we've visited every single value from the beginning to the end, computing the prefixes and then putting them in the output array. So now we're going to start at the end and go to the beginning and do the exact same thing, except we're going to be doing postfixes, which are basically starting from the end of the input array. But then we're going to take 4 and multiply it by the 1 in our postfix until this point, multiply it by the 1 that's here. So this is now going to be 4 now, and that's the entire result. So we basically did the exact same thing that we did with our prefix and postfix arrays, but in this case we did it without 1, which tells. So now we visited every single point, so we're going to take it over this position. That's what's going to give us the result that we want for this position. So let's start off. So far the prefix that we're going to be at is just going to be the default value of 1. So we're going to put a 1 over here. Then we're going to multiply it by what value comes over here. 1 times 1 is going to stay 1. So we're going to leave our prefix as it is. Now we're going to be at the second position. So what we're going to do is take our prefix, which it basically tells us the prefix up until this point. We're going to take that and then put it in the output. So 1 is going to be here. And then we're going to take the value that we just reached, multiply it by the prefix. So now the prefix is going to be a 2. So now we're going to be at the third position. So
I suppose you can think about this problem as basically, instead of having these extra arrays, you would just put it in the output array directly. I guess that's the way to think about it. Except, you know, space complexity, O of 1, extra space, O of 1 extra space. So I can live with that, yeah. So O of 1 extra space rather than having 2 other arrays. Technically it's still space complexity of O of n, but in terms of extra space, it's O of 1. Okay, I think there's also a distinction there that I gotta remember. That's a cool, good one. Okay, but you know, now I'm refamiliarized with arrays and hashing. That's good. Give me a sec. I'm gonna drink some water. Okay, deliver results, I can say, you know, data GMA integration. Let's see, deliver results. Yeah. In which case we can get rid of this one. So those types of questions like how do you manage conflict in a team scenario, or how did you go above and beyond in school, etc. Those ones, I mean, those seem pretty specific that I should have, right? Let me see. So if you're saying how did you manage to conflict in a team scenario, I have one actually for that, which is to have backbone, which ties with the have backbone criteria. And this is the one that I was writing today, which is, look, if I was to explain it, I'll explain it now, right? To just practice it. So how did you manage conflicts in a team scenario? Well, we had this very important group project that spanned over an entire semester. It was a group of 5 people, and we got together to decide on a documentation tool. And so 3 out of the 5 of us only ever used Confluence for documentation in the past. Me, having used Notion as a documentation tool personally, I sought to convince others to use Notion as well. I argued that Confluence was a frictionful editing experience compared with Notion, and a major argument against using Notion was that Confluence was the industry standard. And yes, I agreed with him, but I made a document outlining the differences between the 2 tools from my perspective. And I argued that using Confluence would mean we'd also have to use a tool like Trello or Jira, which Notion would allow us to unify these apps. So we wouldn't need to use multiple apps, which would make our workflow more seamless. I also offered to set up the initial Notion page and the Kanban board as well for that project. And so as a result, I was able to convince 4 out of 5 of the team members to move forward with Notion. And at the end of it, our Notion page was actually recommended by our tutor to the lecturer, where the lecturer used it as an example to showcase good documentation. Right, so that's one, but critiques. I feel like I say a little too much, and I say a little too much in those scenarios. And maybe I take too long to think about it and answer well, or think of a string of words well. But how do you manage? Okay, wait, so debugging can be more to the point, and the result I would highlight benefits of the tool you chose instead of stating they decided to choose my tool and the tutor uses it. Okay, so too much context, perhaps? Okay, 1 to 2 minute long, I see. Yeah, like from what I've heard is they should be 2 to 4 minutes long. Okay. Interesting. No, that's fine. All right, so then I feel like, so you say you would highlight the benefits of the tool instead of stating they decided to choose my tool and the tutor uses it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that would be, yeah, that would help specify, be more specific, I reckon. Yeah, so maybe the question is, you know, what were the differences that made you change from Confluence to Notion? I guess, okay, one of the differences actually considering the question focuses on the conflict aspect, the result of your team agreeing is something good. Yeah, I agree. Was that Notion unified multiple unified tools? I mean, one of the differences was that Notion unified tools. Whereas using Confluence would mean we'd also have to use Trello as our Kanban. Okay. With all that, what was the other one? So how do you go above and beyond in school? Right, let's think about something like that, right? How do you go above and beyond in school? Oh, well, no, yeah, I know your question was somewhat random, but I'm still trying to think it through, right? Because if I was told like school specific stuff, would I be able to tell you what? It probably would be the same thing, right? This IT project, I would say. But I still get, you know, I get your gist. I get the idea. You know, what is an example of a time you went above and beyond? All right, let's just think in terms of that then, excluding the school aspect. I would mention my work with data GMA. Okay. So tell me about a time you went above and beyond the requirements of a project. Right? So it could be a school project or it could be a business project. Ah, interesting. All right, I'm reading what you said just now. So, do you think your stories were faked? Do you believed in your story? Do you believe in your stories personally? Question. This is like a personal question, I guess. I guess the other thing is, so I'm guessing you said it was only Leetcode. Is this still the loop though? Like you're still doing a number of interviews in a day, correct? So they felt very impersonal, a little exaggerated. Yeah. Okay. Well, tell me if mine is also exaggerated at some point. Oh, so basically I had a friend that works at Amazon and he gave me a mock interview that was similar to the real experience. That was the feedback he gave me. Mm-hmm. I see. I see. So wait, is it, okay. Yeah. Well, thanks for that. Is it also, wait, I'm just reading through back some comments that you said. Okay, but you do have an AWS internship. So you did go through the process, right? Uh-huh. Ah, okay. It ended in August. So this August that just happened. Okay. But if you went through the process, you also went through the loop interviews, like the 3 interviews or like 2 to 7 interviews or whatever it is, within 1 or 2 days. Hmm. One online behavioral test and 1 HackerRank test. And 2 interviews. Okay. Perhaps they did raise the bar. Yeah, so I mean the thing is what I have is I had a HackerRank test, an online behavioral, so that was the test they always give you. And they make that 3 hours in total just to complete, or they say space out 3 hours to do those tests. And I did it, I passed, right? That's why I'm here now. And now I have 3 interviews coming up, all on the same day. Yeah, right. So yeah, so maybe everyone, you probably did a similar way then. But okay, yeah, maybe 3 interviews for me, perhaps because I'm a master's student, or they just did raise the bar. I mean, it's very possible. No, it can't be because I'm a master's student. No. Everyone's going through the intern process equally. That should be the way things work, right? So maybe it's going to be 2 interview with Leetcode problem and 1 behavioral. Yeah. I don't know, right? It's let me see if the email tells me anything. The thing is, look, the first interview is going to be with a hiring manager, and the other 2 interviews are going to be with a software dev and a senior software dev. And they all have their own live coding links. So they all have a link to code. All right. I'll read the email to some extent. Let's see. There actually isn't much information beyond just saying you have these 3 live coding links for the 3 meetings that you have. These are the dates and times you'll be interviewing. This is how to use the Amazon Chime app. And they say coding portion. A live code link has been provided. Live code is shared document platform, yada yada. To help prepare you, we have scheduled a 30-minute Ask a Recruiter session. Yeah, no, there isn't much detail on what to expect. Probably a bar raiser. I have to say it's actually better to have 3 interviews, because if you fail 1, it's only 1 vote out of 3. Even if one of them says no, it's a majority vote. As long as you do good in 2 out of 3, you should be good. Thanks, man. I mean, you know, that's a good way to put it. That's a good way to frame it. You know, there's no room. I mean, there is room for error. Whereas if you have 2 people and it's a 50-50, well, it's more choices, more chances. I feel like I'm pretty set. Well, thanks, man. I hope. Even still, look, worst case scenario, look, if worst case scenario is I don't pass, but I'm okay with it, right? That's how I like to think about it now, okay? Even if I don't pass, you know, maybe I don't want that 20k compensation, you know, maybe I don't need it, you know, maybe I'd rather build something myself, you know? Actually, I justify that because I already accepted an intern elsewhere, which is unpaid. So I need something better. Yeah, all I can do is give it my best. Right? No stress. You know, this is my best. and I'm just about concluded with the intern note taking, the preparation, the interview preparation. I'm pretty much good with it now. You know, I did quite a few Leetcode questions. You know, I'm understanding dynamic programming. I did refresh myself on arrays today. I am refreshing myself on all of these stories that I have, the 10 of them. I have my own self-introduction, or my elevator pitch. I have questions to ask the interviewer. These are quite a lot of good things that I have prepared. And, you know, these aren't solely for Amazon also. I can reuse them, these star situations, to other interviews in the future. So it's not also at a loss for me, even if I don't pass. That's how I'm coping. So, done quite a lot now there. You know, maybe I'll say this one more, right? So, question being, you know, what is a time that you trying to scroll up to it. How did you go above and beyond in terms of a project you were doing either at school or at your job? Right, so a founder of a small SaaS company contacted me and wanted to create integrations with various automation platforms such as Zapier and NA10. I had been freelancing at the time, and the founder contacted me. Okay, actually, I messed up the way I said any of this. Restart. So how do you go above and beyond? How did you go above and beyond? Either in a project or in a work scenario. Okay, so I went above and beyond when a founder from a small SaaS company contacted me to create various automations, create integrations for various automation platforms such as Zapier and NA10. So I'd been freelancing at the time, and they contacted me directly about building an NA10 integration for their public-facing API of their SaaS product. So I didn't have much knowledge on how to create an NA10 integration, but I had experience in the past with Zapier and Zapier integrations. So I thought, you know, NA10 would be a good logical next step, right? And so how did I go above and beyond? Well, how did I go above and beyond? I'll have to explain. I won't say that yet. So, okay, so I didn't have much knowledge on how to create an NA10 integration, but I had in the past experience with Zapier integrations, which made me think that NA10 integrations would be a logical next step, and it wasn't completely out of the picture for me. So it didn't make me worried, and it actually made me more curious. As a result, I started creating a POC even before I secured the client, and to validate my own understanding of what was required. So the proof of concept just simply utilized one of their SaaS app endpoints, and the idea is that later on, after I had this proof of concept, I would be able to flesh out all of the other APIs for his SaaS product. The founder was impressed by the speed at which I could deliver this POC, and I was selected to move forward with the project with him, and I'm now a maintainer of that integration whenever there is a new API change for their company. Probably got to read these over a few times just to solidify the situations. All right. Yes, yes it is. Anything else? My coding will be alright, I think. You know, I do good at explaining even my thought process. Honestly, doing these streams help a lot. Yeah, make sure to sleep some 4 or 5 hours. That's I think I also sleep pretty well in general. So no need to worry. Okay, let's shift focus now. I need to do a few things, write a few stories. I'm going to say that's not going to be done anymore. I've got 10 and, you know, I've got a good idea. Here's the thing, right? When it comes to the interview, I've heard that it's almost good to mention that you have notes with you because it shows initiative into the interview process. With that said, I'm still hesitant to tell the interviewer that I have notes with me. I think it will be okay if I tell them, and I'm going to, but I'm still just hesitant. I'll definitely make sure that when I'm reading through like my notes and speaking through it, that I can actually cohesively understand it while I'm reading it, right? I don't want to read it like a speech with no emotion, like reading a script, right? I want it to help me frame my flow of words better. And I think what I wrote so far does that, but it's a lot to read as well. But it covers all the points also. That's the thing. It covers all the points, I think. And the other thing is I've got to ensure that we do have enough focus on actions and rewards for each of these scenarios. All right, so let me try and say this one. So, you know, an example of something that you dive deep on. All right, what is an example of when you had to get into the weeds of understanding? You would identify that as a dive deep problem, a dive deep question. And I would say, all right, so at Syncytium, we faced a development-wide issue where our Docker images were too large. This led to slow development and deployment times. And yeah, so since I was a developer at the time, I took the initiative to recreate these Docker files. And I asked management if that was okay, and they agreed, and so I moved forward with this. I basically looked at multi-stage. Okay, I basically looked at multi-staging provided by Docker BuildKit. So at the time, BuildKit was new, and because of no. Okay, I lost my frame of speech. Since I was a developer at the time, I took the initiative to recreate these Docker files, and I asked management if that was okay, and they agreed. So I looked into multi-staging. I looked into multi-staged builds. I think I need to better phrase this. So I looked into multi-stage builds, which is a feature provided by Docker BuildKit, and BuildKit had only recently been released at the time. So I dove deep into understanding our existing Docker files, which, allowed me to remove extraneous files from the build. The resulting Docker image was not only a fifth of the size of the original, but build times decreased by an order of 10. Okay, so I'm speaking very slowly, but it's because I haven't remembered these well. This is like the first one that I wrote. I think I can expand on this a little bit. So I dove deep into understanding our Docker files, which allowed me to remove extraneous files from the build. Namely, it was related to the front-end deployments. The front-end builds, they were done using Next.js. I followed the docs specifically on how the Next.js deployment through Docker worked and used that in our own deployment. And that reduced the size of the Docker files by 4. And at the end, because of the multi-staging, the build times also decreased by an order of 10 when you try to rebuild those images. Okay. I think I can expand on these a little better. All right, I'm just going to write a little more. As an example, the Next.js front-end Docker file included all the source code, but it could also just include the build. And the build would instead just need the build, right? The Next.js build, you just need the build outputs. and you didn't need all the other source code in the repository, in your Docker files, in your Docker images. As an example, the Next.js documentation told something, something, something. I think I will just explain it on the fly when I get to it, but as an example of, okay, so I dove deep into understanding our existing Docker files, which allowed me to remove a lot of extraneous files from the build. As an example, the front-end Docker file that we had included the source code, not only the build outputs. So ideally, we would only need the build outputs in the images, but it also included our source code, which in the end inflated the Docker images by a magnitude of 5. And by removing those extraneous files, only including the builds, really improved the deployment times of the final image. And not only that, the build times just on developer machines decreased by an order of 10. Yeah, I'll just leave it as is. All right. Okay, everything I'm fine with now. I'll come back to reading these for a last time later, but let's get on to some other stuff. All right. Assignment 1. We're going to change that to 2. And it's not August anymore. It is going to be due on the 11th of October. And that's all good, that's all good. And we're gonna have to change all of these. All right, so we're gonna make a new section. Problem 1, problem 2, 3, and 4. Question 1, 2, 3, so algaml, that's called. Hash functions, that's called. I guess it's just problem 1. I'm going to have problem 2, that's called hash functions. I'll capitalize it just for convention. Section 3 is going to be L-gamma. So problem 3, L-gamma. And section 4, problem 4, is going to be nothing. And to improve my understanding of RSA, hash functions, and L-gamma, to develop problem solving and design skills, to improve written communication skills. This is going to probably take some time. I'm going to try do 2 tonight. We'll see. A manager selects 2 large primes P and Q, where P does not equal to Q, to set up a secure communication channel between 3 employees, Alice, Bob, and Carlo, using RSA encryption. He first computes n, which is equal to PQ, and a corresponding phi n. Then he uses this PQ pair to generate 3 RSA key pairs. Encryption, decryption, encryption, decryption, encryption, decryption. With different E being relatively prime to each other and corresponding D. Assigns them to the staff individually and destroys P, Q, and phi immediately afterwards, meaning nobody knows the values. The following list is the key pairs. Answer the following questions with detailed justification. Now this is a 3-way RSA, which reminds me of a question that was on one of the assignments, not the assignments, the mid-semester test. I don't have it here, but the mid-semester test is, whoops. I can find it. mstsolutions.pdf. Okay, now this is a question with the RSA problem. Okay. Basic RSA, remember basic RSA here. CRT, CRSA. taking a while to load.
Up 2 now. We'll find out.本来想走路，我怕我鞋子走湿了。
知道。Alright. This isn't loading. Alright, not bad. Bet. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay. This is so much information, bro. Like, why would you give it in such a way? It's alright.
我的鞋子下面已经应该是somewhere有一个已经有 broken 了，可能有一点 leaking water drains。
那你得要一个新鞋子。
对，如果你买的鞋子买回来你不要穿，我就帮你穿了。
对。
你的鞋子太大了。
对。
你开玩笑呀。
我知道，我知道。
好。
好。
你慢慢，没事啊。
没事。
跟他讲没事。
没事，没事，没事，没事。
对。
Okay. All right. Don't say that. Well done indeed. Let me stand for a moment. I need to stand. Okay. All right. Okay. The shoulders, man. The shoulders need some rest. I'm just chatting it up and down. A bit of exercise, you know what I mean? For the shoulders. I was having a little bit of pains yesterday about it. I went to the gym earlier today, but that was mainly chest. Okay. All right, let me re-understand per se. Chinese remainder theorem as well. Okay, I think this is what we need actually. This is what I remember. We can close this probably. Keep that open, that's fine. This is the main important thing. We can close this one as well. Close that, okay. So proof of RSA. So numbers, divisibility, mod operations, greatest common divisors, and extended greatest common divisor. Inverse mod n, properties Euler function, and the properties being these. Ooh, I almost forgot this one. I know this one. Two numbers are relatively prime. Okay, yeah. Let z star n be the set of numbers from 1 to n but are relatively prime. Are 1 to n but are 1 to n minus 1 but are relatively prime. And that is only possible if n is a prime number, right? Because Euler phi function says that Euler phi is the number of relatively prime numbers up to the number n, or whatever phi n is, right? So if p is prime, well then Zn is a set from 1 to n minus 1, but a relatively prime. That is only possible when you have a prime modulo. When you have a prime modulo, that is the case. Okay. So let p be a prime number, then the greatest common divisor of A and P is equal to 1. So this is the recap of Fermat's theorem. Let P be a prime number, then the greatest common divisor of A and P is 1. Then if this, which is the case, then A to the power of P minus 1 is equal to 1 mod P. And Fermat's little theorem would say A to the P is equal to A, right? Yeah, A to the P is equal to A for any integer A. Where A is relatively prime, when A is relatively prime, the theorem follows from the Fermat's theorem. When A is a multiple of P, the result is trivially true. Right. Okay, Chinese remainder theorem. Let n1 and n2 be pairwise relatively prime integers. The system of simultaneous congruences, x is equivalent to a1 mod n1, x is equal to a2 mod n2, has a unique solution modulo n, n1, n2. This is what leads to RSA. Alright, so the idea is right here. Zachary? Yes, it is. It is lecture material for my own classes. If you don't mind me asking, what would you say is your main advice to consistency or studying? Okay, so that's a good question. All right. What would I say is the main advice to consistency or studying? It can vary. Okay, so if we're talking about consistency with anything, right? Even small things, I would say read Atomic Habits. That's one good book that I would recommend because it talks about being consistent or doing things with less friction, right? So an example would be taking your pills every morning, if you have them. You would make sure to put the pills maybe right next to your bedside table with a glass of water. But you would only be able to do that, you would only be able to get that ease of efficiency if you beforehand, on the previous night, set it all up. You know, filled your water, filled your cup, put your pills next to your bedside, or if it's already there, it doesn't matter. And then you would set yourself up the next day to have your pills, right? That would be consistency. But in terms of studying, right, just with consistency, by the way, it's to make things less frictionful for yourself, right? That's the main idea. But for studying, it's a similar concept. But how can you maintain it? Reduce distractions, I would say. You know, be fine with studying for long hours, but also don't be too, don't study too much actually. Also, that's actually not too good either. But when you're learning, you want to be less distracted as well. Right, you want to make sure you learn the concept well the first time round. That's also just a general, you want to have deep work or deep thinking, right? I guess the other book is Deep Work by Cal Newport. It's a good read as well. Or even just going to the Cliff Notes and just reading on what that entails. Deep work. I mean, the concept is just make sure you're focused 100% on the thing that you're doing. You know, even if it's sleeping. I guess a lot of people nowadays don't have enough sleep in our generation. Because, you know, maybe it's people attached to their phones, and because of that attachment, people lose their, I forgot the word, their attention span. So they always need something to comfort them when they are bored, right? But it's fine to be, I guess it's fine, you know, to have these impulses, but you also want to control them somehow. Anyway, it was a bit of a ramble. But yeah, don't use your phone too much, I think. And embrace boredom. Okay. So in the Chinese remainder theorem, if you're given, let n1 and n2 be pairwise relatively prime integers. The system of simultaneous congruences, 5 and 7, has a unique solution n, which is equal to n1, n2. So for the example of this, the unique solution is 17 here. When, say, you have 2 being relatively prime to 5 and 3 relatively prime to 7, what is happening here? So you have sum to 35, and you, what, the difference is 5, the difference is 5, difference is 5, and the difference is 7, difference 7, difference 7. In these differences, if you're able to find the number at which it is equal, okay, n1, n2, and you go through this whole process to find 3 mod 5. So this is 7 minus 1 mod 5, which is equivalent to 2 minus 1 mod 5, which is equal to 3 mod 5, because when you times these two numbers together, you get 1. Okay, so that's why it's 3 mod 5, because you're using an inverse. And you'd use the inverse again here to say, okay, 5 times 3 is 8. Sorry, 5 times 3 is 15. 15 mod 7 is 1, so that's why you get a 3 there. But the final thing is that to find what this x value is, or how it equals to 17, you have to times a1 with n1 and m1, 3. And same thing with the second. In this case, it's 3 times 5 times 3, which is going to equal to 87 mod 35. And then you would say it's 17. Yeah, agreed. Thanks, Zachary. Okay. So the system of simultaneous congruences is a little bit confusing. So if you start with 2, 2 plus 5, 7, and then 7 plus 5, 12, then 12 plus 5, 17, continue. Okay, so the system of simultaneous congruences has a unique solution modulo n. N1 and N2. 35, right? And that'd be 17. Man. Knife, where am I from? I'm from Australia. I currently live in Australia. Yeah, but my nationality is Chinese. Okay, proof of RSA. So before starting a transaction, Alice and Bob will set up the following key initializations. Alice will do the following, which is generate 2 large and distinct primes Q and A of almost equal size, compute the n of Alice, which is equal to P times Q, and that's going to be the new mod, by the way. And you would compute phi A, which is equal to PA minus 1 and QA minus 1 using the phi theorem, Euler phi theorems. And select a random integer E, which is going to be the encryption key, such that the greatest common divisor of the greatest common divisor of the phi of Alice. Well, this is not just sold to Alice, no. Maybe it is actually. Alice is the one generating it. Thanks, Knife. Dark Paradox. This is I'm learning about RSA cryptography, which is going to be helpful for my assignment. So compute the decryption of Alice, the decrypt value for Alice, and that is just going to equal to So this is where the Chinese remainder theorem comes in, right? EADA is equal to 1. Is it? Is it? No. No, yeah, because it's just because, wait. Why can we say that? Is this related to Chinese Remain theorem? No. Or is this related to Fermat's theorem? No. It is a prime number though, right? This is a prime number. Not necessarily actually, whoops. Okay, so I'm just going to say this is as a given for now, before I fully understand this. Using extended Euclidean algorithm, you'll be able to then determine dA already. So extended Euclidean algorithm, and Alice's public key is just going to be NAEA for sure, and private key is going to be D of A, which is derived from essentially PA and QA. So you calculate the inverse, which is dA. Okay, right, I get it now, I get it. Yeah, okay. So the encryption times the decryption should equal to 1, being that when you encrypt and decrypt at the same time, it should just be the original value, right? Makes sense. So that's why it has to be 1. Or the identity value, right? So, makes sense. And so Alice's public key is just these original P and Q values that you're not telling people, but they are NA and Phi A. Sorry, NA and EA. Phi A, is that still a hidden number? Yes, it is. Phi is still hidden because you don't know what P and Q are. And, you know, if Phi is hidden, there is no way for you to compute the decryption without the Phi A. But, you know, you have the EA, right? You have the EA, but you can't find a DA from the Phi A. Makes sense, okay? So because you don't know what P and Q are, you don't know what Phi A is. Because you don't know what Phi A is, you can't find the decryption algorithm for Alice's private key, DA. Agreed, okay? But with all that said, let's look at the example. So if you had PA equal 5, QA equals 7, oh, Gen 97, by the way. I saw your comment and I was going to reply, but my stream setup is pretty simple actually. It's just my phone and this laptop, and an external display. My external display has a mount on top of it where my phone is on, and the phone has 2 camera feeds. So this is an iPhone, right? So it has a desk view mode and just a camera mode, right? And I use both of those. And that's how this is all working. OBS is the software that, I guess, multiplexes all of this together as well. So hopefully that somewhat answers your question. If it's worth, the iPhone that I'm using is the iPhone 16 Pro. The laptop I'm using is M1 Mac Air. But the setup may differ a little bit when I do my streams on my Windows computer, but it's still probably going to use the same same camera, just on the Windows computer. And I can't do actually the desk view on Windows, so the alternative is to just not use a desk view. The alternative would be to use a second camera as your desk view. Maybe that clarifies. Okay, thanks for reply. Please continue to study. No worries. Okay, so NA, we can find that from P and Q, right? 35, right? That's a secret. No, that's not a secret. But P and A are secret. P and Q are secrets. Phi A is a secret, which you find to be 6 and 4. 6 and 4? Yeah, 6 and 4. 6 and 4. Which is equal to 24. Alright, and then you can say that you choose EA to be 11, since the greatest common divisor of 11 and 24 is 1. And you say that the encryption and decryption should equal to 1 mod phi A. Now, why phi A actually? It's just by design, isn't it? Maybe there's no. Alright, just say by design, okay. 11 times DA's equivalent to 1. You can find the inverse now using GCD's algorithm. I haven't done this in a while. GCD of 11 and 24 is the same as 24 and 11, which is equal to I've got to write this down for my own sake. Alright, so GCD 24 and 11 is equal to, so we're going to say 24 is equal to 2 times 11 plus 2, which then becomes what? So it becomes GCD of 11 and the remainder 2 possibly. So 11 equals 5 times 2 plus 1. Alright, so the remainder being 1 there is GCD of 2 and 1. I think that's how it works. And then you would say 2 is equal to 2 times 1 plus 0, which is equal to 1 and 0, right? GCD. Which is equal to 1 perhaps. Let me think. 1 is equal to 0 times 0 plus 0. Doesn't make sense. Alright, so I went a little too far on that. there's got to be 1 there, because then I can go 1 is equal to 11 minus 5 times some number, that being 2, and 2 is equal to 24 minus 2 times 11, and then that is equal to 11 minus, okay, actually, I recall you do minus 5 times minus 2 is 10, plus 1 is 11, so it's 11 times 11, minus 5 times 24, alright? Now that means you found the factors. Except, right, I put it in the wrong order, right? I gotta remember to put, without putting in the right order, I think it'll be confusing. So the question becomes, what is the inverse of 24? It's going to be 11. I never finished this. No. Did I get confused? Is that why? Because looking back now, I would say that, you know, mod 24, 11 times 11 gives you 121. 121 mod 24 is going to be, you know, okay, let me just type it here, right? (121) minus 24 times 11. There we go. Okay, that's equal to 1. So I did just lose myself. I did just lose myself there because I found that 11 times 11 was 1. Right, so I think that's what confused me, and that's why I put this as incorrect. Let me fix that now. I need to fix this on my device. I need to go to I'll just upload this. Okay. I'm just updating my Obsidian at the moment. A bit of a chore, to be honest. Let me restart this. Could be the reason. Maybe harmful. We may take these in. Well, that doesn't change anything. Okay. I gotta test it with just seeing some of the files that we have. Okay, closest point of origin. These aren't even. We do have newer files, right? Yeah, we do. Just not showing up. Even from Amazon Interview Prep, I haven't even had updates on this side. So that's concerning. So client configuration mismatch between the clients has been detected. This is harmful for extra space capacity consumption. You have to make these values unified. And what way to unify it? God damn it. Tweaks mismatched. Alright, let's read this carefully. Oh, fuck. Your configuration has not been matched with one of the remote server, which you had decided once before or set by initially synchronized device. Please select which one you want to use. Use configured, update settings on this device by configured one on the remote server. Ignore this message and keep the current settings. You cannot synchronize until you resolve this mismatch. If you choose to use the configured values, the local database will be rebuilt, and if you choose to use the values of this device, the remote database will be rebuilt. Man, this... I'm not gonna lie, this is very confusing. This is the cost of self-hosted Obsidian LiveSync. Just saying. And the cost is you have to read convoluted updates from a Japanese contributor to Obsidian, I guess. I'm just sitting down. Everything is being updated now, and the thing is, I can't touch this until that's done, but let's continue with the train of thought being that we found the decryption value to be 11, okay? So 11 times 11 is equal to 1, and therefore, it's a coincidence that EA being 11 and DA being 11, it's a coincidence. It's a coincidence that these two are the same in this example. But we have found the private key for Alice, right? So that's the generation done. Similarly, Bob can do the same. And then you can do encryption and decryption. Right, so how does that relate to the assignment? Well, manager selects two large primes P and Q to set a secure communication channel between three employees, Alice, Bob, Carlo. He first computes n corresponding phi n. Then he uses P and Q pair to generate 3 RSA key pairs, each with different encryption values, and different E's being relatively prime to each other and corresponding D. Oh, and the corresponding decryption, right? That's what it means. All right, so a different E and corresponding D, assigning them to the staff individually, and destroys P, Q, and phi n. Sure, that's straightforward now that I've read that. Meaning nobody knows the values, all right? If nobody knows the values, then is that not, no, that's fine. That's fine, that's actually fine. The following lists the keys and lists the key pairs, right? Good. Answer the following questions with detailed justification. Alice wants to send a message M to Bob and Carlo, so she calculates CB equals MEB mod N CC mod CB mod N. Explain how an adversary can recover the message M without knowing the private keys DB and DC. Something to do with XORs. So Carlo is interested in messages sent to Alice. Outline a strategy that may help Carlo recover an alternative private key d'A that can perform the same function as DA to decrypt messages sent to Alice. Okay. From the looks of things, I'll be having dinner soon, by the way, maybe like in 3-4 minutes. And the likelihood that I finish two problems, is going to reduce now to quite a bit because I have to read a lot. So what I'm going to do is ideally by the end of tonight, finish one question of this. Which means I'll update my timetable here. Computer vision, I can push this back. Okay, computer vision. Ideally, you know, like I can do it after maybe the second, right? Just to ensure that I have done it. Third and fourth, ideally I could get at least 3 done. Amazon interview, you know, I've got to do this first thing in the morning. How much time do I actually have though, you know? Alright, I'm gonna eat dinner now. Give me a sec. This is gonna like kill me. That APA is done in 7 days. next Monday. That I got to finish tonight. Be confident in stories for tomorrow. Interview, right? And I'll introduce myself well as well. Okay, but after the interview, you know, I'll have an hour to rest. I'm gonna end up literally just giving myself the day up until 4 p.m. And after 4 p.m. we're gonna have maybe 1 hour of a rest, probably start at 5 p.m. If it's gonna start at 5 p.m. I can probably get one done. A lecture is tough. I just realized how much more I have to actually do because I actually have to go APA lecture. There's not a lecture, but there's a pre-tutorial, pre-tut for APA. There's the next day going to be computer vision lecture, cryptography security lecture, which I'll skip, tutorial which I have to attend, and that'll be it actually. Okay. And yet we still have all of these. This pre-tut I can probably do in the morning of. If that's what I do though, it means I can do the computer vision lecture during this time after the tutorial for APA. And then after this assignment, I can go to lunch. And then after lunch, I can go to lecture for computer vision number 2. Right, so this is CV2, CV1, week 11 for CV. And there's a lecture 2 for week 11 of CS, which isn't going to be done that day. And then it's going to be the tutorial, the CS. And I could also do the computer vision tutorial, but can I do that? Realistically, can I do that? The previous weeks I could. Like I could spend an extra hour. I could spend an extra hour that day just doing the tutorial for the previous week. So I'm going to say week 10 tutorial for CV. Finish writing X3DH. Finish writing. Okay, finish implementing. I have to say that's Thursday. Do the math extension questions for mid-sem break. Can't do. Understand these solutions. I can't do either. Alright, these have to be here. But that's a pretty packed day. If I can finish all of these. Give me a sec. So after the Amazon interview, it'll be 4:30 by then. Do this which will be maybe an hour to read and learn and do. 2 hours, so you're gonna say 7, maybe. By that time, I'll be eating, we'll say. So ideally, right, dinner is here. Ideally, I spend an hour on each for each of these questions while learning it, obviously. And then ideally, I said to my mate that I can do this on the weekend, but I also just move it down to, say, Thursday for now. I'll move it to Friday. And having a working MCTS is not possible. It's just not possible for me. Until possibly the Friday also. Thursdays is a bit of a hell. My English is not working right now. Is gonna be a bit like hell. Okay, but you know, maybe that's all I can get done on that day. Oh, if that's the case, I might need to push that. I might need to push this down. Because if that's going to be dinner, this is something I could do, but I need to work on these two. And on Wednesday, I can do that. Okay, so I think I have some sort of plan now. I have a pretty good plan. But I need it all relies on me finishing one here, and this is just pretty nonchalant. So I can just do this later. Okay, I'm gonna eat now. I'll be back in 30 minutes. And in the meantime, I'll put on some lo-fi. See you in a bit. Alright, I'm back. Had dinner. And let's have a look. Rohit, if you're here, LSP config stuff, I won't be able to help you with. I'm not the best at that. But, you know, when I have the free time, perhaps remind me and I can look into it further. Because at some point in my life, I want to also master that. Okay. And thanks for the new people joining the Discord as well. No. Maybe I should make it into something more serious now that there's more people. But perhaps we'll do that later. For now, we'll get back to doing this question. Alright. Now to continue on with this question, I need to understand this part. Alright. Still gotta let this finish. Wait, does this mean... Nope. I'm going to close this and reopen. There we go. Okay. So, RSA public encryption, here we assume... Oh wait, let me turn on my camera now also. Alright. Okay. Right. So here we assume Bob wants to send a message to Alex. Encryption at B. Yeah, so get Alice's public key. Yep, choose a message M as an integer in the interval 0 to n a minus 1. N a minus 1, yeah. Sure. And then compute C, which is equal to the ciphertext is equal to some message to the power of the encryption of Alice mod NA. Yep, okay, sure. And you send the ciphertext C to A. You decrypt at A using DA, which would get the message for real. Yep, it would. Using the secret DA. That's so cool, man. That's so cool. That's actually so cool. Okay. So proof of RSA decryption. What's happening here? Alright, so proof of RSA decryption. Since EADA equals 1 by the extended Euclidean algorithm, it is possible to find a K such that K phi A plus 1 is equal to EADA, which is equal to, ooh, damn. Okay. Run extended Euclid's algorithm on EA phi NA or DA phi NA. From Fermat's little theorem, we get this equation. So MEADA is equal to this whole thing, which is equal to this is just equal to 1. Fermat's little theorem. Fermat's theorem. So m and PA minus 1, and PA are said to be relatively prime because, yeah, PA is prime, and U minus 1 is equal to 1 mod PA, yep. Then the message is equal to this, which is equal to m times 1 plus, or times mkpa minus 1 times qa minus 1, because this is equal to 1, m qa minus 1 is congruent to m. Am I convinced? No. Oh, why do you wear a jacket indoors? Because it's cold. What can I say? No heating in the house. Valid. Problem is, like, how does the QA minus 1 disappear? I know that whole thing is equal to 1. Oh, right. If it's the whole thing equal to 1, then anything to the power of 1 is 1. And because it's 1, there's k many 1s. It's just, yeah, it's just m, man. It's just m. Okay. Similarly, when you do MEADA, for QA, QA is on the inside. MQA minus 1 is congruent to 1, which is congruent to M. So by Fermat's theorem, we're able to prove RSA decryption. We're allowed to prove that RSA works. Since Q and A are distinct primes, it follows from the Chinese remainder theorem that am I using the Chinese remainder theorem here? This implies that the ciphertext of when decrypted, when to the power of DA is equal to M, right? A more serious proof of RSA decryption. What if M is not relatively prime to N? What if M is not relatively prime to N? You're right in the sense it could be, right? So note that when we need to prove MEADA, this is equal to M. If M is relatively prime to N, then this implies that the greatest common divisor of the message in the prime and the message in the Q prime is equal to 1. Then the argument in the previous slides proved the result. Okay, you can see that the application of Euler's theorem, you can see this as an application of Euler's theorem. note that EADA is equal to 1 plus k phi alpha, which is equal to that. Then this breaks down as m to the phi of alpha is equal to 1 mod NA by Euler's theorem, yes. However, again, note that to be able to use Fermat's or Euler's theorem, we need the greatest common divisor of m and NA to equal to 1. Fair. So what if m is not relatively prime to n? So in Fermat's theorem and Euler's theorem, in Fermat's theorem, the greatest common divisor of a and p have to be 1. Wait. Is this a mistake? No. There's no mistakes. Phi alpha, phi of Alice, is said to be PA minus 1, QA minus 1, right? Right. From our argument, what we found was this just before. Right, I think that's the crucial thing. I think this is quite crucial to remember. There's almost never mistakes. Yeah, I agree. So this whole thing should relate to this because, you know, m phi alpha, give me a sec, I'm just double checking something. How should I write this? M phi alpha. Alright, I'll just write it. This is such cope. I'm literally writing with a mouse when I have an iPad in front of me because my iPad isn't syncing properly. It has to go through the process of application. Now what does this mean? It means m so this is PA, right? QA. PA, QA. It means that P minus 1A bracket, whoops, yes, bracket, QA minus 1 is equal to QA minus 1 is equal to 1 is equal to 1. Same vice versa. Right, so this is, okay, we just showed it there then. Alright. Alright, this is clearer. Alright, this is clearer. Except, I should link it with these two statements. Alright, so these two statements are what make this right. Okay, so that's a weird arrow. We'll just do a proper arrow. That's what makes this correct. Okay. However, again, note that to be able to use Fermat's or Euler's theorem, you need this to be the case, this to be equal to 1. Note that the probability that M is not relatively prime to NA is very small. Okay. 1 divided by PA plus 1 divided by QA minus 1 divided by PA and QA. If we just ignore this possibility, we are done. But if you are serious and want to prove that RSA result for all M is less than NA, then we need to see the following. We then see the following. Then see the following. Do I agree with that? So it's very small because it could be P, it could be Q itself, or it could be P and Q. But we're saying PQ has to be, we're saying that M has to be less than NA, which is equal to PA QA. So I'm confused there because we're saying that NA is equal to PA QA, but we're also saying that QA is also included. Right, so maybe that's a question that I gotta clarify. Why do we include QA? Okay, so why do we include, whoops, P underscore A, Q underscore A. Alright, and this whole thing is meant to be small, alright. Why do we include PAQA? And we're talking about this. Okay. I haven't done Leetcode in 3 weeks. Decided to do one last night for fun and solved it in 5 minutes easy. Oh yeah, Mr. B. Let's go. And welcome back also. It's light work. It's fully light work, man. Okay, then we must have otherwise. Okay, so in the case where m is divisible by either p, a, or qa, if this is divisible by both pa and qa, then m is equal to 0 mod na. Agreed. And hence the RSA result is trivially true. Agreed. Then, without loss of generality, assume that PA divides M, and hence we write M is equal to, from ciphertext, PA. Yes. Then we must say that PQA is equal to 1. Otherwise, M is also a multiple of QA, and hence identically equal to 0 mod NA. Okay, yeah, fair, no? That's fair. Now we can use Fermat's theorem. I see. And when we use it, k to the PA minus 1th power on either side of the above equation, we get this, which, when k is as in 1, this implies 1 plus k prime qa yk prime for some k prime. Okay, yeah, that's fine, right? Multiply each side by m equals CPA, we get, so multiply each side by m, all right, both sides times m, yeah, equal to the right side times m, which is equal to m plus k CPA QA CPA QA, yep. And then you put an n double prime NA. That means n double prime. So you're saying k prime prime is equal to k prime c from this. Okay. Take mod NA on both sides, give the result. Whoa. That's some smart shit, man. Yeah, you take mod A on both sides, you get M, which is equal to, so if you take mod NA here, yep. Nah, man, I don't even remember what I just read, like, but when you get to the end there, like, it makes sense. All right, so, you know, the final part here is that m plus k NA prime prime is equal to m mod NA. Okay? The more hand movements, smarter you sound. Perhaps. I don't even remember. I'm not even that conscious about it. Okay, I understood that whole proof now. I won't remember it, but I understand it. It was a journey, nonetheless. Okay, Alice wants to send a message M to Bob and Carlo. So she calculates ciphertext B mod n. So the encryption of B and the encryption of C. Explain how an adversary can recover the message M without knowing private keys DB and DC. Okay. This is going to be very interesting. You just got to try and play around with it, but I can't play around with it until I fix my computer here. Once it's finished replicating, or however long that takes, right? But I'll have some concept already in my head ready to devour this problem. Question 2 is, Carlo is interested in messages sent to Alice. Okay. Carlo is interested in messages sent to Alice. Outline a strategy that may help Carlo recover an alternative private key, d'A, that can perform the same function as DA to decrypt messages sent to Alice. And so you're telling me this is why RSA doesn't work when there are more than 2 people, right? So that's the idea, that if there's more than 2 people, RSA fails. All right, but the next question, all right? We'll just read up on the next question before we can actually do any questions. We're still syncing. Sorry, I can delete this one. I need the logs. Okay. Okay. Let's have a look at the taster. Let's have a taster of part 2 here, all right? Hash functions. Consider the following hash function based on RSA function. Oh shit, it's 9. I have to do a call with a few people now. Stand a little bit. Consider the following hash function based on RSA. The key N and E so so this key is a public key, is known to be public, yeah. A message M is represented by blocks of predefined fixed size M1, M2, M3, MM. So the fixed size, okay, such that 0 mi is less than n. Okay, yeah, so it's just within the bounds of the hash. Not the hash, the n value, but that's fine. So we can assume that n is large enough to hold the RSA assumptions. Okay, sure. And the hash value is calculated by the XOR of M1, M2 to MM with to the power of E, right? Mod n. Okay, so it's an XOR. Okay, it's a layered XOR. So of a predefined fixed size represented by blocks of predefined fixed size M1 to MM. Right, M1 is like a block. Does this hash function satisfy each of the following requirements? Justify your answers. You can give examples if necessary to support your arguments. Is it a fixed size, fixed output size? Yes. So, yes. Why is it a fixed output size? Well, okay, what exactly is an M, right? An M is a letter, or is it a block, right? Message M is represented by blocks. Of predefined size okay, the whole thing is a block then, that means. And mi is a digit, is a number, is a natural number up to n. Sorry, is the positive integers up to n. Up to but not including n. We can assume that n is large. The hash is calculated by. Now, what does the XOR of, say, 2 and 3 mean? So what does 2 XOR 3 mean? Are we talking about the bytes? You know, what does 2 XOR 3 mean? Hmm. Okay. 1, 3, 2, 0, 3, 1, 4, 2, okay, 4, 6, 5, 3, 5, 7. Okay. Use binary representation to understand it. Yeah, I know. I know, like, we can have this. Okay, binary representation of, let me say 2 and 3, okay? So let me say binary representation of 2 is 1. Binary representation of 1. 0 to the power of 0 is 0, right? 0 to the power of 0. 0 to the power of 0 is 0. Yeah. So what? Let me think. 2 to the power of 0. 2 to the power of 1, right? We add them, right? Or so 2 to the power of 0 is 0. Wait, 2 to the power of 0. Oh wait, let me remember. Okay, let me just try and remember, right? 2 to the power of 0 is 1. 2 to the power of 1. Oh right, I totally for a second blanked. Okay. 2 to the power of 1 is 2. Now if it's all 0, then you don't add them up. There's nothing to add together. Okay, but it must be then that you add the XORs of all the values. It'll just be however many bits of the largest M value. Fixed output size. However many bits to the power of E does that make sense? Good luck, man. I'm grinding calculus right now. Thanks, Bento. Alright. Best of luck for you too. Calculus life. efficiency. Tanju, I am from Australia. Second, pre-image resistance, collision resistance. No. These are good questions though. These are good questions. So explain how to efficiently... Oh, I forgot that I had a meeting. Alright guys, give me a sec. I actually forgot. Alright, let me mute for a second. Alright, we're back. Problem is, you know, I've spent the whole day speaking, and I just spoke to people just now, and I think I'm about to call it a day. I will say that, you know, I have spent a lot of time today understanding two things. Okay, three things. Leetcode, cryptography and security, mainly RSA, and interview prep in terms of behaviorals. We are pretty good, and it is a good game moment. Been a good day again. Good practice and learning. I just had to, finish that call. We got an idea on what to do now to make this even better, and this is just a report that we're doing together. But I can close this for now and just keep onto this page. I will basically see the tasks that I have to do. This will be moved to tomorrow. Actually, I could finish this tonight, and I'll do this when I'm in bed. And this, I have an Amazon interview tomorrow. And I think that's it. I just need to also perhaps close this, save this. Will you fly to Seattle from Oz? No. No, it's online. It's online. No way, man. Not when I'm a student, man. Just also trying to see. Okay, I think everything is updated. Is everything updated? Let me close this and reopen it. It might mean I might be able to write some stuff to get this done right. Oh, I need to finish as much of this as possible. So I might not stream tomorrow, the day after either, but the day after that on Thursday, I'll probably be online too. All right. The syncing is still going. Actually, it's mostly good now, I think. No, it's still going, okay. I can actually switch the charging cable because I'm at 4% on this iPad. But that is, I think, it for me tonight. Learn about arrays again, learn about dynamic programming. I think we're generally going to be okay tomorrow. And I'm not going to overthink it. Don't spend too much time thinking about it. I have my stories, which I might just keep closed. No, I'll close it when I get to it. I'll close this. What position are you applying? I applied for SDE intern. So I'm hoping to get the intern role at Amazon. But even if I don't, I'm not mad. You know, it's been a good learning experience, I will say. Okay. Thank you very much, Kevin. But I think that's it for me, alright? I'm going to bed, and I'll catch you guys probably on Thursday. Peace.